and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, September 19th. I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:31. If you could please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Assif,
Here.
Mrs. Caforio,
Here.
Mr. Collins,
Here.
Dr. Henry,
Here.
Mrs. Hostler,
Here.
and Mrs. Troutman.
Here. 7 board members present, 0 absent. Can I have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education go into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2, discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for the purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.065 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second. Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assif,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. The board will move into closed session. Great. Hello, welcome to the I struggle with that word, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30 p.m. We have 7 board members present and 0 absent at this time. I ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, tonight we will start off with our spotlight and recognition. First up, we have Field Elementary School. Ms. Thomas is here. Thank you for joining us, Katie. Such an exciting school. It's gotten a lot of attention recently.
It has gotten a lot of attention, which we don't mind at all. I'm Heidi Thomas, field principal,
And I'm Katie Sahura, assistant principal.
and we are so thankful for all the support the board has given us and the community has given us as well. Thank you. So we kind of wanted to come and highlight some of the amazing spaces that we have at Fields. We know that most of you have had an opportunity to have a tour, but we did want to kind of give you the opportunity to hear from some of our students about those spaces as well. I wish I was talented enough to say that I put that together myself, but I was not. So I'm going to let Tanya to talk about that a little bit.
So that is the social media highlights for today. They were moved up to be a part of her presentation. We had shared this with her and she loved the video so much she asked if she could share it tonight with you instead. So that was our social media highlights.
So we have been using our new building. This is our learning staircase, and you can see our field staff on the first day of school. We wanted to kind of highlight some of those amazing new spaces. So some of what we did was have conversations with kids, and they shared with us some of their favorite things about those spaces.
I loved the Woodland Trail. It feels very open and the sunlight complements it very well. It's also very clean and works with the learning staircase excellently.
I love the learning staircase. It's really nice there. So like if teachers wanted to make students work that here, it's a good space to have like meetings or the Mrs. Thomas wants to talk about like something with the whole school. It's really open and good area to work and learn. It's really pretty and colorful, and the sunlight complements it really, really well.
Speaking of sunlight, I love the sunlight that comes in during lunch and whenever I'm walking through the hallways because it feels very bright it's not overwhelming at all. So that's why I love the field. I
There's no sound on this video, but what we did want you to see is our tables that our kids are enjoying. We did make sure that we made the selection of round tables so that kids are in conversation throughout that whole time. And you can see that they are enjoying that as well. There might be some board member kids in there as well, which actually magically happened, was not strategic. So. Some of our students selected one of their favorite spots is the grade level neighborhoods, so they're going to talk about that as well.
So one of my favorite things about the new school is for sure the neighborhoods. They're super spacious, and I can come out here when my teacher lets me to work, and the furniture is really comfortable. This place is super inviting, and there's one of these in all of the grades here.
Before, in the old field, when you wanted to work in the hallways, there would be a bunch of people passing by and it'd be loud. And now, if you want to work outside your classroom, you can come into the neighborhoods, and there would only be kids from your grade, and it'd be less loud.
Another thing I love about this school in the neighborhoods is the new furniture. We have desks like these and furniture tables like that where you can write on paper and on Chromebooks, along with new chairs that are very comfortable.
We didn't even feed them any words. Another spot that kids selected as their favorite are our learning terraces or our decks that are off of the art room and the makerspace.
One of my new things about the new field is all of the outside learning spaces. We're looking forward to use our easel so we can paint outside. We are excited to learn on our new learning deck.
You also saw that featured in the social media film too, of that pulling out from that art room as well. So we have ordered outdoor easels and benches and that so that the kids can flexibly learn inside and out when the weather is there for that. The other piece that we wanted to highlight as well was the murals, and we were lucky to work with Jason Watts, a local artist who integrated our students' artwork into a theme of moving kind of through the school year. So as you enter through that main space of the building, you'll see that that first mural is there, and it kind of highlights that summer start to that. And then as you wind your way around, fall, winter, and spring are represented, and through that are students capturing their artwork in there as well. You can see that's in that main start. We just wanted to give you a little snapshot of what our kids thought, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you, and I wanted to also thank you again for the community event last Saturday that you all and your staff put on, and how nice of them to man some of the classroom spaces so that the community can really walk in and see all of the unique spaces, the maker spaces, the library, art rooms, and the classroom. So thank you for putting that together. It was a great turnout, a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. And the best part is seeing the kids go to school every day in the morning, how excited they are to enter the building and see their teachers, and how excited the staff is too. So thank you for all your hard work and leadership on those moments, but also creating that environment for our kids. All right. Next on the agenda, Euro Challenge at York High School. I think we have, yes, there we go. Come on up. Just when I thought there were 0, there's 3. Come on up, kids, if you could stand in the center and face the other way. Yeah, face the microphone. There you go, perfect, thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tamara Carl. I am an AP Economics teacher at York High School, and these are 3 of the 5 Euro Challengers that we had. Euro Challenge is an annual competition that we compete in. You have to be in 9th or 10th grade in order to compete in it. And so here we are talking about AP Economics with sophomores who took it to a level that York High School has never been able to achieve before. We took a really interesting topic. We had to represent a country that uses the euro, and so we chose Germany. And we looked at innovating for long-term growth and the future of work. So what that meant is artificial intelligence. And what was so interesting about it is that as they were researching and learning all about it, things were all coming out about ChatGPT, about Google, about everything. And we were embracing all of that as we were looking at what is it that the government should be doing, what is it that industries should be doing in order to prepare for students, for people that are working, and for the economy as a whole. This competition involves schools from all over the country, and we were able to beat out the 7 states in our regional area, and that moved us to the semifinals in New York. Then in New York, we went for our first round where we had a flight where we were competing against other schools from around the country, and we were able to take first place in our flight, which then led us to the national level where we were competing against in the finalist round. The students did an amazing job. Throughout the entire journey, they were completely involved with researching and listening to feedback and making changes and being able to put themselves forward when it was sometimes uncomfortable. The questions that were asked were really hard, and they answered things that I think that we ourselves might not even understand, and we took it to a level that was unprecedented. And so I'm very proud of all of them for their effort, for their time, and for the work that they did together, because this was definitely a team effort, and you guys were very successful. So congratulations.
So before I start honoring you, I just want to thank you, Ms. Carl, as one of the known very, very talented economic teachers. Thank you. I'm not surprised that some of your students are here. So thank you for the work you did to get them here. So I'm going to repeat a little bit of what she said, which I think is okay. I didn't honestly know what the Euro Challenge was. And so I did some reading and researching what it is, and I think this is phenomenal, and I hope we'll continue to see more and more kids from our high school here each year. So with that, I'm going to read a formal proclamation to honor you, but I want you to know that we're so proud of you and so excited that you're here and that you didn't just go regional, you decided to go all the way and compete at the national level. So whereas the Euro Challenge is an esteemed educational program designed to cultivate the knowledge and understanding of the European Union and its currency, the euro, among 9th and 10th grade high school students, and whereas this program encourages teams of 3 to 5 students to delve into critical questions regarding the European economy and the single currency, the euro, fostering the development of analytical and problem-solving skills, and whereas the Euro Challenge team task teams with selecting one member country from the Euro area and meticulously examining an economic issue at the country level while proposing policies to address said issue. And whereas the Euro Challenge team, composed of the following remarkable students, Natalie Turk, Ryan Hayes, Zach Saltiel, Colin Belina, and Aaron Joby, okay, undertook research focused on artificial intelligence and identified crucial policies for Germany. And whereas these young scholars representing the York community displayed unparalleled dedication and determination by participating in the competition, and whereas the Euro Challenge team first competed in Chicago, Illinois, where they faced schools from 7 different states within our Midwest region, and whereas their exceptional performance in the Chicago competition propelled them to the semifinal round in New York, where they went head-to-head against 80 other teams, and whereas their remarkable achievements did not end there, as they advanced to the national final round and earned 5th place, a testament to their extraordinary dedication and teamwork. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the greater community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and faculty members for these outstanding achievements. You are awesome. Thanks. Congratulations.
Yeah, okay. Thank you again. Always love our spotlights and recognitions. We'll move on to item 5 of the agenda, which is the public hearing on the annual budget of 2023-24. We will declare this hearing open on September 19th as of 7:28 p.m. And we can turn it over to Mr. Welton for an overview of the fiscal year 24 budget.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we are presenting the 2023-24 budget for approval. I started out by noting our AA+ rating by Standards & Poor's. It was prudent decision-making over time which allowed us to plan and budget for the use of $10.7 million in reserves in last year's budget. However, due to positive budget variances in revenues, such as corporate personal property replacement taxes and interest income, revenues collected were 103.6% of budget, and spending came in just under budget at 99.8%. As a result of the positive budget variances, District 205 was only required to utilize $4.8 million in reserves last fiscal year. Unlike the state average, where 64.6% of school district revenues are locally funded, District 205's revenue model stands out with 90.6% of revenue coming from local sources. The district's financial structure reflects the unique demographic makeup and high property values, which excludes us from qualifying for a significant portion of state funding as a Tier 4 district. Notably, 83% of these locally generated funds are derived from property taxes, highlighting the community investment in ensuring a high-quality learning environment for all students. In addition to property taxes, the district draws local revenue from corporate personal property replacement taxes, tuition, interest income, food sales, student participation fees, and textbook sales. So we have 3 revenue changes from the tentative budget to the final budget. We received an estimate directly from the Illinois Department of Revenues on corporate property personal replacement taxes, so we adjusted the budget down by $315,000 to that estimate. We increased the ESSER budget by $500,000. This is just the timing of collecting the ESSER 2 and 3 allocations, estimating that we will receive more of the allotments during the 23-24 fiscal year. And lastly, the district needs to allocate more tax levy to the transportation fund due to less state reimbursement and more transportation costs. We will reduce the IMRF levy by an equal amount. Property taxes represent 83% of the operating revenues. The timing of collections has a big impact on that revenue stream. DuPage County distributed the May-June taxes the same 3 dates this year as last year, May 26th, June 9th, June 30th. Therefore, the collection percentage was consistent. Last year, the district received 53.4% of extended taxes in May-June, and this year we collected 52.8% of the extension. Prior to recent years, DuPage school districts would receive 47 to 48 in May-June, and then 51 to 52% in the fall. Now DuPage County is distributing more like 52, 53% in May-June, with the remaining 47 to 48 in the fall. If the county continues to use the same distribution dates, this will result in more consistency in timing of property tax revenues. Elmhurst School District 205 remains adaptable to economic fluctuations, such as the variations in replacement taxes, interest income, and federal revenues. The district has experienced historically high amounts of replacement taxes in the last 2 years due to Illinois corporate income taxes. However, projections indicate that these rates are expected to stabilize, resulting in a 28.8% reduction in this line item. Also, the district is budgeting a continued increase in interest income due to the rising interest rates and an increase in federal revenues due to ESSER funds. Typically, a school district's budget is primarily made up of salary and benefits, often around 80%, as historically seen in District 205. However, due to the larger transfers of $4 million for summer capital, $7 million for additional scope, $1.4 million for tech leases, and $0.33 for debt certificates. Therefore, the percentages reflect higher than normal percentages in other areas for the 2023-24 budget year. And the changes from tentative budget to final on the expenditure side, the final budget always has changes for salaries due to receiving accurate salary information after the hiring cycle for the final budget. As you know, the health insurance renewal is projected with a more than 30% increase for calendar year 2024. We increased this budget as we received more accurate information. And finally, the learning and teaching budget increased as some amounts were not known for the July tentative budget, such as some items needed based on the emergent bilingual review, including supplemental resources and professional learning that were required to enact district and school improvement. Staffing. With the exciting completion of our second brand new elementary school, the 2023-24 school year will again reflect all 8 elementary schools in full operation, as opposed to the 7 which operated in the previous school year. With construction successfully completed on 2 brand new elementary schools and the finalized renovations on the other schools, paired with a successful launch of all-day kindergarten, we have seen an increase in kindergarten enrollment, driving the need to increase our certified full-time kindergarten teaching staff. Recognizing the pivotal role of strong leadership and support services, the district has also increased staff in vital areas such as special education, instructional leadership, and custodial services. 3 elementary assistant principals were added to promote instructional leadership, deepen staff development, and elevate student outcomes. Our investment in special education staff, such as resource and self-contained, social workers, and psychologists, also ensures that the growing diverse needs of students will continue to be met. Safety of staff and students continues to be an important focus for District 205. Following a review and analysis of feedback from parents and students, the district will be adding 2 campus supervisors to improve supervision at York High School. Through data analysis, research, and listening to feedback from the community, the district also realized a need to modify an existing administrative position to ensure that literacy-related programming support for English learner needs and dual language programming was elevated to ensure that the students in these areas are receiving a high-quality education designed to elevate their success and continued growth. As such, the previous director position was modified to create both the Director of Literacy Pathways as well as the Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs. With these important investments in staff, the number of full-time employees is now 1,191.07. These strategic additions are geared towards supporting student development and nurturing well-rounded leadership teams at every level of the district. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Joe Schumacher to discuss our historical staffing information.
Thanks, Mr. Walton. The next 2 slides for the board illustrate how student needs have changed and the alignment to staffing changes. This slide up here in front of you shows how enrollment in specific subgroups of students have changed since the year 2013. There was some prior discussion on the board that we wanted to bring this data set to light. Of note on this slide, you can see that 10% more, we have IEP students at 10% more than we did in 2013, and a 96.57% more English learners compared to the 13-14 school year. In addition, the number of homeless students has increased from 28 to 77 total count at 220%. This data source is from our ISB statewide SIS as well. In terms of the next slide, this shows a summary of staffing changes side by side 2013 versus current school year 23-24. You can see that we do have 86.76 more FTE for certified staff overall. The breakdown of these added positions is illustrated in the table, inclusive of additional or increased academic programs and offerings, ESL, bilingual, and dual language, with dual language also referencing an additional academic program opportunity, student services and special education staff, instructional coaches, with that coaching model launched in the 2016 school year. It also shows a reduction in gen ed as a result of expanded course sections and specialized programming, meaning we have not just added staff, but rather restructured FTE year to year based on student need.
District 205 continued strategic investments in student success. Elmhurst School District 205's budget for the 2023-24 academic year reflects the district's unwavering commitment to academic excellence. The district has made significant investments in high-quality instruction, professional learning opportunities, modernized technology, and facility enhancements. From launching Estrellita for K-3 Spanish literacy development to implementing Wit and Wisdom for grade 6 ELA and illustrative mathematics for algebra, we are committed to providing students with a comprehensive and robust education while also ensuring over 100 custom-designed, relevant professional learning opportunities for all stakeholders. Financial and operational effectiveness continues to be elevated as District 205 continues to invest in the community and students through a $4 million investment in summer capital maintenance projects. Additionally, $7 million addition was invested to provide increased capacity in schools, in addition to the celebrations of significant upgrades at Jefferson, Jackson, and the new Lincoln, which opened last summer. So this is the operating budget 2024 compared to the prior year. This slide starts at the bottom with the prior year, 2022-23. At the start of last fiscal year, we had $68.3 million in operating fund balance. As I mentioned earlier, property taxes came in at 53% and corporate personal property taxes came in better than expected. We were able to invest in facilities with $11 million in transfers and only utilize $4.8 million in reserves and ended the fiscal year at $63.4 million. And at the top section of the slide, with the 2023-24 budget, District 205 continues to invest in facilities and high instructional resources, and we are budgeted to end the budget year 24 at $55.5 million, which leaves us with adequate reserves. This slide includes all the funds, including the non-operating fund for debt service and capital project. As you know, we have executed all the bond issues from the $168.5 million referendum. The debt service funds are utilized to take in property taxes and subsequently pay down any debts. And the capital projects funds take in the transfers and the interest income and pay for all the construction projects going forward, such as the strategic enhancements that have been in progress throughout this summer at all three middle schools, Fisher and the York Auditorium, in addition to the new Field Elementary School that we opened last month. And speaking of our construction projects, take a look at a few pics of recent projects. So next steps as far as the budget is concerned. We continuously monitor budget variances throughout the year with the monthly financial reports. Our measurement date on enrollment is the fall housing report, which is as of September 30th. And enrollment projections follow that up in late October. We present the estimated tax levy on November 14th, and then the final tax levy on December 19th. Bidding for next summer's referendum projects will happen in November and December. And then the summer capital maintenance projects are presented in November. The CPI for the 2024 levy comes out on January 12th, and we will have an abatement discussion in January. And the February projections will include the updated CPI. We will have the proposed staffing plan and update in March. We will have recommendations for facility rental and student fees in March and April, and the new construction EAV and final extensions are distributed in early April. And the fiscal year ends June 30th. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Are there any public comments related specifically to the 2024 fiscal year budget? There are none. Okay, hearing no public comments on the hearing, the public hearing on the annual budget for the 23-24 school year is now declared closed. Thank you. And then the next question, we'll move on to public comments for the regular board meeting. Are there any public comments? Are there any public comments, commenters who maybe didn't sign in? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item up for the agenda, which is the approval of board meeting minutes. Item A is the approval of regular and special board meeting minutes from August 22nd, 2023 and September 6th, 2023. Are there any changes to the minutes? Seeing no changes, the meeting minutes stand as presented. Item B, the approval of closed session minutes from August 22nd, 2023. Those meeting minutes stand as presented. Okay, we're on to administrative reports and presentations. Item 8A is the presentation on, I'm like, who's she talking to? Sorry. A referendum facilities project update, and I will turn it to, should I give it to Todd or? All right, it's all you, Mr. Schmidt.
Good evening.
Jeez.
Tonight we'll give you a little update of the facilities plan, some of our summer capital, and a nice little video of all the projects that we've completed this summer. First, we're going to start with summer capital. These are the, like Mr. Welton just said, $4 million that we transfer over every year for summer capital that's outside of the referendum. Some of the big things that we've looked at here is the media center renovation out at York High School with the YTV, with the help with the foundation. The Bryan gravel lot is now growing grass right now and has, so that is done. Yes, it worked out perfectly. We did a lot of painting of gymnasiums and so a lot of classrooms and hallways out at York. We transformed Hawthorne, the blacktop area. We replaced all that along with some field turf out there so they have some green space. We upgraded the HVAC system in the Sandberg Auditorium. Redid all the paving out at Jackson in conjunction with the city for the IGA for the storm detention area. We redid all the paving front and back at Jefferson Elementary School. Bryan, we did the parking lots out there. We also did some painting in the gymnasium, Bryan and Sandberg. Just a lot of work that we've done over this last summer. A lot of it's light and bright and some site work stuff out there. Sandberg, we did a little bit paving out in front, so basically those lots are all brand new. We're in really good shape with our asphalt parking lots throughout the district. All right. You want to hit that, Rudy? In November of 2018, the Elmhurst community overwhelmingly approved a referendum allocating $168.5 million to enhance safety and security measures, expand learning spaces, and address maintenance and infrastructure needs across all schools. At Fisher Elementary School, we did corridor renovations, which included all new seating and lighting, along with intercom upgrades and addition of security cameras. We renovated the interior of the building for new media center and makerspace. We upgraded the building automation controls. We also upgraded a lot of the HVAC systems in the older part of the building. At Churchville Middle School, we took the old vestibule and 2 sides of the main office and combined that and created a nice secure entry vestibule with a new main office in there to accommodate for student support services, the nurse, the assistant principals, and clerical space. We also created 3 office spaces for support services. At Bryan Middle School, we did corridor renovations, which included flooring, lighting, security system, new cameras, new ceiling, along with some restroom renovations for the students. We also converted the old main office into a suite, office suite for student services. In the auditorium, we upgraded the stage lighting and rigging. At Sandburg Middle School, we did the corridor renovations where we looked at the floors, the ceilings, the lights. We upgraded the technology system, we upgraded the intercom system, and we renovated the media center. We also added an ADA accessible chairlift from the main building to the cafeteria. At York High School, we started the auditorium renovation, which is going to take a full year. Part of that process was to upgrade the AV systems, the audio and visual controls, and the lighting on the stage in the theater house, upgrade video and sound boards, upgrade the stage rigging, bring an ADA accessible to the stage, to the seating area, re-slope the seating area so it's a better viewing of the stage. This year we completed our 2nd new elementary school at Field Elementary School. This building is a 4-section building. It is state-of-the-art, a beautiful facility that we just opened up. It was on schedule, on time, and under budget on completion for the referendum projects. We are grateful for the support of the D205 community that has made it possible for us to continue improving our schools. This work positively impacts student outcomes and continues to elevate the Elmhurst D205 community as a great place to live and raise a family. Thank you for making the continued support and making our schools the best they can be. I have to thank the communication department for putting that together for us. They did a great job. We're going to show some of the things that are in design and for the future. First thing we have is the next phase at Churchville Middle School, which would be the auditorium addition, and then the interior renovations to the rest of the building and some restroom renovations with the same things that you saw there that we did at Bryan and Sandburg there with all the corridor renovations, paints, light, ceiling, technology upgrades, along with a 550-ish seat auditorium addition. It's kind of renderings where we're looking at putting that. That's kind of just to the east side of the building, next to the Gold Gym. And this is kind of what it's going to look like inside. The only difference on this will not have a balcony. This is the media center for the renovations. Mostly that's going to be light and bright. We really can't expand it or do anything. We're also putting a lift in there because it is a multi-tiered kind of library out there. So just like we did at Sandburg, we'll be putting a lift inside the media center. Hawthorne Elementary School. Most at Hawthorne is just light and bright in the corridors with the renovations there with the technology and PA and security cameras, and then renovating the media center. At top there is what the layout is going to be of the media center. You can see some renderings of what it's going to look like in the corridors and the media center moving forward after next summer. Madison Early Childhood. Basically, this is a total renovation of the entire building. Majority of the building will be gutted. Along with that, we'll be adding a lot of bathrooms in there for each classroom. Right now, they have it was an elementary school that converted over to an administration office. Now it's converted to an early childhood center. So we're going to renovate that and make sure that we have bathroom spaces for each of the classrooms in there. This is kind of a little overview of what we're looking at. Part of the thing is to take the main office, which is in the center of the building, and relocate that to the exterior of the building, just like every other school, have the same secure vestibule entrance in there. We're taking the unused gym space and recouping that for additional space for all the teachers, the staff, the workrooms, With this design, we're able to get one additional classroom. Basically, it's a gain of a classroom from what they have before. And in the center courtyard, that's going to be looking at an alternate of potentially rubberizing that so that can be additional gross motor space that's on the inside of the building to help with security instead of outside of the building. And some renovation or some renderings of the interiors. Remaining projects: York Cafeteria roof replacement and York Athletic Field improvements. Those are pretty much the last two projects that we have of the referendum. With that, the cafeteria we're looking at doing next summer, and then in 2025 would be the athletic field improvements, whatever we deem needs to be improved out there. With our tentative bid schedules, we're looking at Churchville and Hawthorne, getting them out to bid and having those approved at the November 14th board meeting. With Madison, having that approved at the December 19th meeting, and then the cafeteria roof replacement also at the November 14th. So as we come up there at the November 14th, 3 of these 4 projects will actually have good solid bid numbers, and we'll be closing out the current projects that we have in process right now that we did with Bryan and Sandberg and Fisher. So we'll have those projects closed out. We'll have the bids out there except for Madison. So we'll have a very accurate picture of where we stand at that point in time. Where we stand at this point in time right now with the $168.5 million, and then the board approve additional allocations for the 6 classroom addition out at Fisher, converting field from a 3-section to a 4-section building, some of the additions at Jefferson and Jackson, all those things in there. So we're at roughly 189.5. With the current projects that we have going on right now, there's contingencies and allocations still embedded in those projects. We have not closed those out or recouped some of those savings yet until we actually close out everything. And then with the 4 projects that we have out to bid, with those estimates in there right now, with all that combined right there, that shows us at about $192 million. So right now that shows us, we're approximately 1.5% over where we would like to be. With that said, is once we close out these projects and we get the bids back at the November 14th board meeting, we'll have a very accurate picture of where we're going to be. We have several hundreds of thousands of dollars wrapped up in our projects that are in process, from allowances and allocations. Actually, I signed a couple change orders today, actually gave us a credit back, which are always great to do. And then once we get the bids, and hopefully the bids come in exactly where we anticipated or less than where we're at, that number should be able to come down closer to where we need it to be. Any questions?
I don't have a question. I just always sit here in amazement about how you are just quietly getting all this stuff done, and I'm just grateful. And when you think about now it comes out to $189 million multiple project experience that we're having, and we're 1.5% over in the economy that we're living in today, it's truly remarkable. And I just really wanted to throw out a huge thank you, because every single building has been touched in such a positive way. I mean, I don't even have a kid at Bryan, and I'm hearing about how awesome the Bryan bathrooms are. I mean, it's just, so a huge thank you to you and your entire team.
Thank you. It really is a team with White, with ICI, and the support of all the central admin staff that help us develop the specifications as we went there, the programming of everything. It really was a combined effort to get us to where we're at right now.
Kira?
So thank you for the referendum work, all the work, but I just wanted to also bring attention to the summer capital update, because, to really look at how you structure, you go through and you've worked on all the gymnasiums, and you know, I'm sure there's some cost savings in doing a lot of gyms at one time, and just the fact that you're also doing all this summer capital update projects in addition to the referendum to keep us on track so that our facilities aren't just getting upgraded, but they're staying well maintained, and really appreciate that work as well. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth?
Also, although we have some new buildings and some much older buildings, the work that you've done inside the buildings and the videos we've seen in the pictures, it's clear that there's parity across our buildings with the paint and the lockers and the new lights and flooring, and it really makes a difference in those older spaces, and it makes our buildings look very similar to one another, and I just appreciate all those upgrades and furniture and, you know, media spaces so that our students are all experiencing very similar things within our facilities. So thank you. Looks
Thank
great.
you. And that was a big thing that we wanted from the get-go, is when we started looking at it, that we want to be very consistent of the type of floors, the lights, the communications, the PA system, everything we were putting in there is all consistent throughout the district. That makes it better for everybody. I mean, when we get there, when we look at, we have one PA system, we have one keyless card system, we have one video system. It really helps support those as we move forward.
Great, thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Nice presentation, and always enjoy hearing that no matter what school our children go to in our community, that they're having a similar experience and opportunities. So thank you for your hard work and focus on that.
Thank you.
We will move on to item B, which is the D205 Language Pathways presentation. Dr. Campbell, or? Yep. Go ahead.
So tonight, my colleague, Ms. Lyons, is going to share. We're really ecstatic about providing our Board of Education and our community with this information. The purpose of tonight's presentation is twofold. It's first to, again, to give an overview and an understanding of our district's dual language two-way immersion program, as well as the programming that we have in place to continue to meet the needs of all of our students. We also, in this particular presentation, will be sharing some considerations and some thoughts as our dual language program in preparation for what that will look like in the middle schools. So at this time, I will have Ms. Lyons take it away.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Campbell. I'm going to stare right at you, Tanya. I apologize. It's very awkward, but just so you know. It's better than looking backwards, so I'm thankful. As shared during the June 13th Board of Education meeting, District 205 engaged in a comprehensive review of the district's language programming throughout January to May of last school year. This review included an evaluation of instructional materials and practices, analysis of student data, staff and community surveys and focus groups, as well as observations of bilingual programming. The data collected provided insights into the experiences of our bilingual educators, students, and community members throughout the district from early childhood to grade 12. This input and the overall findings of the instructional review contributed to the design of a multi-year plan of improvement to effectively sustain language pathways in District 205. Tonight, as Dr. Campbell shared, I will share with you an overview of the district's current bilingual education programs with a focus on dual language and language pathways for students entering middle school next year. Tonight's presentation is grounded in all three areas of our district's mission to be educated, engaged, and empowered. Within Educated, the language pathways that we offer provide students with opportunities to communicate effectively, as well as use the superpower of bilingualism to collaborate and problem solve. Within Engaged, the language pathways provide opportunities to foster cultural competence, affirm diverse perspectives, and utilize biliteracy and bilingualism to contribute meaningfully to the community. And with Empowered, the language pathways provide students with experiences to demonstrate empathy, explore career pathways opened up to bilingual and biliterate students, and obtain high levels of academic achievement to achieve goals and aspirations. To begin, we'll start with a brief overview defining dual language programming and the benefits. In order to maintain compliance and statutory requirements for serving English learners, schools shall establish and maintain one or more of the following bilingual education programs: transitional bilingual education programming, transitional program of instruction programming, and dual language education programming. Across the districts in grades EC to 12, programming is provided for English learner students through each of these language programs. Tonight, however, I'm going to focus specifically on dual language education. According to research on dual language education, students who participate in a dual language program have a number of benefits from learning in two languages. Engagement in a dual language learning environment affords students with the opportunity to develop bilingualism, biliteracy, and cultural understanding among English learners and non-English learners. This participation in dual language programming provides students with the potential to participate in AP language classes in high school and obtain the state seal of biliteracy upon high school graduation. Additionally, research has illustrated that both native English speakers and English language learners in dual language programs do better academically than their peers in general education classrooms, promotes cognitive development and cross-linguistic transfer, and helps to avoid language loss in students' native language. Some additional benefits worth noting include that students' executive functioning, such as attention control and working memory, are improved, as well as problem-solving skills and the ability to more easily learn additional languages. Dual language programming can minimize the achievement gap between English learners and their monolingual counterparts, and students in dual language programming can develop a strong sense of cultural awareness and sociocultural competence. Next, I'd like to share with you an overview of the district's current culture or current context as it relates to dual language education. You've seen this slide before, but just as a reminder, District 205 currently provides a two-way dual language program in English and Spanish, currently serving 403 students in kindergarten through 5th grade attending Conrad Fisher Elementary School. The two-way dual language program is eligible to all Conrad Fisher students, and applications are available to incoming kindergarten students throughout the district through a lottery. You can see in the table on the right that I'm actually going to provide a visual representation of on the next slide, just the percentage of time that kids spend in Spanish to English instruction across K to 5. So on this slide, you don't have to look at the text, I promise. It's here just for you, Jim, just the colors. Just focus on the colors. But here you can see a high-level visual representation of how our District 205 students engage in two-way dual language programming. This visual illustrates the table from that previous slide and showcases the percent of time students participate in instruction provided in Spanish, English, and through a bilingual approach, which is targeted literacy instruction provided in small groups based on students' reading level and greatest area of language need. The green blocks represent the amount of time students spend with instruction provided in Spanish. The blue blocks represent instruction provided in English, and the yellow blocks represent bilingual instruction. You can see that instruction is provided in Spanish for a larger percentage of time in the earlier grades and then progresses to a 50-50 balance in grades 4 and 5. In this next section, I will provide an overview. You thought I was going, faster than I am. I'm going to slow it down. Not quite there yet, but here we go. In this section, I will provide an overview of growth and achievement data to showcase the areas of successes and of our current dual language programming. So when analyzing data you also don't need to read the text. I'm going to highlight what's important. When analyzing data for students who participate in dual language programming, it is important to triangulate various measures that provide a balanced approach to examining academic and language proficiency and growth. The table on this slide highlights the assessment type and purpose that dual language students complete throughout the year, including NWEA MAP, Lost Links, and the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, or IAR. One particular note of an assessment that is only utilized for students in dual language that might be less familiar to us is Lost Links, which is a language proficiency assessment, and it measures our students' competency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in both English and in Spanish. Lost Links is also valuable data as it helps teachers in dual language and bilingual programs monitor student progress towards language proficiency throughout the year, create a comprehensive student language profile for planning bilingual and dual language curriculum. It also helps the district and school plan instructional programs and make decisions about language dominance, identification, classification, eligibility, and placement. So this data, triangulated with academic growth data, is extremely important in providing a story or a journey of learning for our students. The table on this slide highlights data from our current 4th and 5th grade students in dual language as it relates to English language arts academic growth on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. The current grade 5 data reflects our first cohort of dual language students in the district. Of particular note is the increased percentage of students in this grade 5 cohort who exceeded expected growth on IAR, with 30% of students in the high growth category. As it relates to IAR math academic growth, you'll also see 21% of this grade 5 cohort students exceeding growth expectations and performing in the high growth category. In an effort to provide a holistic understanding of students' growth and proficiency in dual language, the Lost Links assessment that I talked about is used to measure students' competency in speaking and listening in both English and Spanish. The graph on this slide illustrates our current 5th grade students' growth and proficiency in English over the course of the last 3 years. You can see the high percentage of students moving from the beginning category into proficient and above proficient. So the blue, or the light blue, represents our current 5th grade, our first cohort of dual language. So paying particular attention to the progression of that light blue bar, growing into proficient and above proficient on the English version of Lost Links, and on the Spanish form, or the Spanish assessment of Lost Links as it relates to listening and speaking, you can also view the large percentage of our dual language students moving from that beginning category to proficient, and a number of our students moving into above proficient. Based on the findings from last year's instructional review of the district's language programming, as well as the growth and achievement data of our dual language students, some of which I just highlighted on those last few slides, I'd like to share with you the suggested language pathways for our District 205 middle school students. But first, I'd like to highlight the language pathways of 2 comparison districts. This slide highlights information about dual language programming in middle school in Naperville District 203. This is actually a screenshot from their website because I wanted to retain the information as it exists publicly. And so what you can see here in grade 6, D203 students participate in 2 out of 9 class periods in Spanish. So one of their periods, which is social studies, is instruction provided in Spanish, and then they take 1 period of language arts in 6th grade provided in Spanish. The students then in 7th and 8th grade have an option to take an elective of Spanish, so they can either take 2 or 3 courses out of their total 9 courses in Spanish. Taking a look at North Shore District 112, this is also taken a screenshot taken for their website. You can see that they also take 2 classes in Spanish, one which is social studies, and then one of their ELA classes. Both of these programs, both at Naperville and North Shore, represent what we would call a 30-70 model. So 30% of the instructional time that students are engaging in is in Spanish and 70% in English. So again, based on the findings from the review from our student data, both in growth and proficiency of academics and language proficiency, and an analysis of comparison districts, I'd like to share a visualization and the district's language pathways, specifically as it relates to middle school programming here in District 205. So this visualization represents 2 language pathways for our current dual language students when they progress to middle school. One pathway continues dual language programming at Churchville Middle School through a 30-70 model, with instruction provided in Spanish during a Heritage Spanish class. And just to note, Heritage Spanish is targeted instruction for students who have Spanish as their home language and for students who have had Spanish as part of their formal schooling, such as our students that are currently enrolled in dual language at Conrad Fisher. Heritage students are not new to Spanish, but instead come with varying levels of literacy in Spanish. So this is different than a general Spanish class. Additionally, in this first pathway of dual language at Churchville Middle School, dual language students will also have science instruction provided in Spanish, as well as an additional literacy small group instruction provided in Spanish. For the second pathway offering, our current dual language students have the opportunity to enroll in their home school at Bryan or Sandburg Middle School and participate in a Heritage Spanish class. This is a new offering at Bryan and Sandburg, as we have historically only provided general Spanish class for students at those middle schools. As we assess the feasibility of both of those language pathways for the district, we analyzed current enrollment numbers. These 3 tables on this slide highlight projected enrollment numbers for 3 years out. So the first table at the top reflects next year's enrollment. We would have projected 51 students at Churchville that are currently part of our 5th grade at Conrad Fisher Dual Language. If students return to Bryan from Conrad Fisher Dual Language, that would be 8 students at Bryan Middle School that came from dual language and 5 going back to Sandburg from dual language. If all went to Churchville, that would be an increase to 64 from the 51 at Churchville Middle School. So just an increase of 13 students. And as we've been working very closely with Churchville Middle School around class size, sustainability, space, that is all more than feasible to accommodate the 64 students to attend that first pathway if that's what they elect to do. And then you can see the projected numbers for the next 2 years out and the increases there. When we also analyzed the feasibility of the pathways, we took a look at implications for staffing through this 30-70 model. So the 30% of Spanish instruction is represented in green, and then you see the 70% of the time represented in blue. What that would mean for next school year is an increase of 1 Spanish teacher at Churchville Middle School, so an increase of 1 FTE at Churchville, and then also a bilingual science teacher required at Churchville Middle School for 1 FTE. In the following year, as for school year 25-26, we would also anticipate an increase of another Spanish teacher at Churchville Middle School, as well as a 0.5 Spanish teacher at Bryan Middle School. So as the numbers would grow into that heritage course offering, we would need to provide an additional half FTE. And then as you take a look at the 3rd year out, school year 26-27, although we do not need to provide any more FTEs at Churchville, we would still anticipate an increase of either 0.5 or up to a 1 FTE at at Bryan at Sandburg. These are projections because it would be working with families to identify whether or not they're electing for the dual language pathway or their homeschool pathway. And so finally, the next steps after this presentation is to focus in on gaining an accurate understanding of our students' academic and and language proficiency. And so we would be pushing up the Last Links administration for our current 5th graders to December. That's typically a spring administration, but the intent there is to provide parents and families with an accurate understanding of where their child is at as they're making their decision for their enrollment for next year. In January, we also will be sending out surveys to our fifth grade families regarding their sixth grade enrollment commitment, so that we can make sure that our staffing is accurate. And so then through January and June, we would do any hiring that is needed for sixth grade based on those commitments. And then throughout the summer, we also would attempt to ensure that all students new to the district that may have had Spanish as their home language coming in, we would administer last links to see if the Heritage Spanish offering would also be the right program suitable to their needs. Okay, so I will pause there if there are any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very thorough. I do have one question.
Definitely.
And it's really about sectioning. So it's just, you see it in the grid there, and you see I'm looking at middle school and Sandberg and Bryan. And the numbers of kids who might qualify for this program in middle school are lower in the first year, but you see that larger increase going into this year 2 and 3. So can you talk to us a little bit about sectioning and how maybe some of those decisions will be made?
In terms of the projected enrollment, if all
Yeah.
students attend Churchville or if they choose to go to their home school.
Yeah, so say 2 students choose to go to Bryan, the other 7 choose to go to, Churchville.
Yeah, so we've been working a lot across teams and across Carrie and I, and so I'm going to actually have her tackle this one as we've worked really closely with our principal at Churchville to talk, and Bryan and Sandberg, about sectioning.
Absolutely. So there's a couple options if students are electing to go to Bryan and Sandberg. And we think about, we see kind of what you called out as a very small number of students to start, and then that would continue to grow if students are electing that pathway. So for that Heritage Speakers class, a couple different options, right? Frequently Heritage Speakers courses are really rooted in a cultural component, right? So you could have a 3-year course sequence, so there could actually be an opportunity for students to be in the same class, right? Maybe 6th and 7th graders are taking Heritage Speakers course together, but there's a real large cultural component to it. So it's not like you're missing out if you are going in a different sequence than a peer. So that's one option. It does transparently, depend on how many students are electing to continue on that dual language pathway. And so we've been working very closely with Churchville, obviously, because that's where this lift is most present, but really thinking and defining what Heritage Speakers Spanish looks like across all 3 buildings, and knowing that the largest population will certainly be at Churchville because we'll have multiple sections of it. And so we're really going to be working with that team to develop that curriculum to then kind of share alongside Bryan and Sandberg, if that makes sense.
And I think the main thing to summarize what Carrie mentioned is that there's really those 2 possibilities. So just to be really clear, there could be a single heritage section that's multi-grades. So you could potentially have one heritage section based on how many families opt to go to their home school that is comprised of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students, so they would loop together. So they would be a cohort over time if there isn't as high of an enrollment, and so if there's higher enrollment back into our home schools, we would see multiple heritage offerings. And so we could flesh more of that out as we get some commitments for our 5th grade families, which is why we want to do that in January. But in short, it's whether it's multi-age, multi-grades, one section of heritage, or multiple sections that are potentially for 6th grade, then we have another heritage section for 7th, and then for 8th. And it also, which is why we also want to, if kids are matriculating into the district and they're new to the district over the summer, we want to make sure we're also providing last links, because it might be the best option in programming for their outcome as well. And so that could shift our numbers a bit.
That's great. It's a very creative idea to help with the small class size and to still be able to offer it as an opportunity for students to combine grades and looking at really a more simple form of differentiation in the classroom among the smaller group, because it would likely be a smaller class size either way. So thanks for that. Just wanted to make it clear that there are going to be opportunities that that you are looking at creative options and opportunities to maintain the experience for all kids. Anything else, Kara?
So just a couple questions. So if I'm a student wanting to keep up my Spanish, I would take Spanish science, right, all the way through middle school. At Churchville only, sorry. And then the heritage class every year?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not in place of language arts, correct? Like you would take a separate language arts class. So this would be an elective.
Heritage Spanish is considered your elective.
Okay. All right.
But
So-
not your science class.
Right.
You have to take that.
Okay. All right.
Kelly, Henry?
Yeah, I just had questions about that last links. Am I saying that correctly? So when you're looking at the graphs, you're really just comparing yourself, right? The second grade, third grade, and fourth grade numbers are comparing themselves against themselves.
Right.
Am I
So this
correct in
would
saying that?
like our
Okay.
cohort data.
Yeah.
So this is the same students over time.
Got it.
And we and students also have individual profiles, which is really helpful about this dashboard. And we actually have last links coming out next month or at the end of this month to do a workshop for our families that are currently in dual language to better understand their students' profile. And so although this is all of our current fifth graders who have been with us in second grade, individual families will get a very similar report to say, what has my child's progress looked like in English and in Spanish with last links, and use that against more of our academic data like IAR and MAP to say what's the best fit for my child. And so those are the conversations that we'll be having until December, when we then in January ask families to make that commitment.
Okay. And then a follow-up question to that is that, so the native English speakers are still taking the English one? Okay, so they're taking both the English and Spanish no matter what their native language is to start.
Yes, and new this year, as we have learned from the review, is that our students will be taking 4 domains. They provide it in listening, speaking, writing, and reading. And so different grade levels take different, whether it's in Spanish or English and in what domains, but I can follow up and provide that more accurately around what does kindergarten take as opposed to as kids matriculate through. We want to make sure we're getting the most robust balance of assessments and also monitor how many assessments our students are taking. So it might look differently at each grade level. So I will share with you exactly what we now are suggesting that our students learn as we've learned from the review. So it has been, I would say, somewhat inconsistent in the previous years to all students taking both English and Spanish.
Okay, and sorry, I have 2 follow-up more questions. Will this continue then on into 6th through 7th and 8th grade, the same study? Test, assessment?
Sure, and I can hand it over to Carrie again so that we can talk, if you wanted to talk through that we're piloting last links in 6th grade or not.
I would be
She
happy
looks
to, Ms.
very
Lyons.
ready to talk about it.
So currently Churchville is going to be piloting last links for all of our English language learners there to then hopefully expand. And so they will actually be becoming familiar with the assessment. So we're giving all 4 domains this fall to then set goals, right, to lead to access. Because the great thing about this assessment is that it is created by the same people who create the access assessment. So it's really helping them to get a clear benchmark of where our students are and what domain they need to focus on. And so that's happening at Churchville this year.
Okay, the last question. So at what point or what grade do you expect your non-native language to be proficient in? When are we hoping to hit that proficiency benchmark? Is that a fair question to ask?
Well, I think that it is a nuanced question to ask. And I think it is a question that we asked a lot in our review of last year, of what we what we know to be true right now is the data that we have from our cohort, and that will help us create clear metrics of what we want to be true as we move forward. And so we are seeing both in academic growth, as you saw here in IAR, that we are seeing an increased number of our students who have been with us from dual language since kindergarten, moving into a high percentage of growth, and which is what is intended, both academically. We're also seeing it in terms of acquisition of language. We're seeing more students move into proficient and above proficient. But it's important, as we're making an equitable goal, that we're taking into account our students' experiences and where we want to continue to grow. And so we're working through what those metrics would look like, as we also make sure we're providing the right assessments to the right students at the right times. And so Carrie and I are working through this pilot as well, to also include not just students in dual language, but all of our emergent bilinguals are taking this assessment, so we can start to compare students that are in our dual language programming, which was an improvement effort that the district took on over 6 years ago. Is it showing the improvement efforts that we intended it to? So, I will be able to flesh out a bit more metrics based on that those historic numbers, and set some clear and equitable goals as we continue to ensure, again, that we're using these right metrics with all of the domains at the right times.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Kelly, then Jim.
Yeah, I just have a question about the potential space at Churchville. I know you said for next school year, all 64 dual language students attend their space. And I can see the following year would only be 75, but if it is there space at Churchville to accommodate all the students as time goes on, if the program if the size should increase, or is there a limit to how many students Churchville can hold from the program?
At this point, the numbers that we're seeing projected out for the 3 years, Churchville can definitely sustain these, uphold these numbers based on our current space. And so we wouldn't anticipate that we would want to grow much past these numbers. Mm-hmm.
Jim?
Just a couple of curiosity questions about this slide. So this slide is not a projected enrollment at Bryan, Sandburg, and Churchville. It is how many students that's their home school.
Yes, it is the current 5th grade at Conrad Fisher that is in dual language.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And out of the makeup of 64 current students, 51 of those 5th graders, 51 are already reside in the Churchville boundaries. 8 reside in the Bryan boundaries, and 5 reside in Sandburg's boundaries. And they won those lottery seats to be able to participate in the dual language program. So that is thank you for that clarification, just the enrollment projections from the current 5th grade dual language students, not what is expected to be true. Churchville will have more than 64 6th grade students next year.
Okay, so that's how many kids would be, or students would be attending Bryan and Sandburg if everyone returned to their home school.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yes.
when I look at the next column, for the potential, and this is a bit of an eye test, potential qualifying EL students for Heritage Spanish, while there are 5 students at Churchville currently that Sandburg is their home school, you're saying there are 12 students in the 6th grade at Sandburg that are Heritage Spanish speakers.
So thank you for helping me unpack that column. So that column is actually more of when we were doing our feasibility study of staffing implications for heritage course offerings at Bryan and Sandburg. So we analyzed all of the EL students that are in 5th grade that are slated to attend Bryan and Sandburg next year, and we looked at their access scores. And so this is not including our current Conrad Fisher dual language students. This is just looking at, this is sort of a separate number to say, outside of our dual language students. So if we're just looking at Bryan, outside of those 8 students, so it's not part of that 8 of those other emergent bilingual students that would be attending Bryan, 2, as we looked at access numbers, would most likely be eligible for Heritage Spanish. And so this is helping us think through what would that class size look like? What would we potentially need? So in addition to the 8, if all 8 return to Bryan, and then 2 that are currently considered emergent bilinguals, that 10 would make up the class of Heritage Spanish at Bryan. So it would be a class size of 10 sixth graders.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand that chart. If we can go to the previous slide. The students eligible to take Heritage Spanish at Bryan or Sandburg, those are only, I can't define it by using the same word, can I? Those are only students who speak Spanish at home.
So currently,
if I went, well, so where I'm going with this is if my student took the dual language program at at Conrad Fisher, and then returned to their home school, which would be Bryan or Sandburg, would they be eligible to take the Heritage Spanish class, even though Spanish is not spoken in the home?
So Heritage Spanish there's sort of 2 ways into Heritage. You either have Spanish as your home language, and you have reached a level of access on your access score. You've reached a high enough level. So if we thought of it as more of an accelerated Spanish class, you would be gaining access into that accelerated Spanish class. You have Spanish at home, and your Spanish proficiency level is high enough. But then the second route in is if you don't have Spanish as your home language, but you have had formal schooling with Spanish, like our dual language students. So they might not go home and speak Spanish all of the time, but in school, they've been speaking Spanish in kindergarten 90% of the time, and then all the way progressing through to 4th and 5th grade 50% of the time. So it can be both if it's your home language, but also if you've had formal schooling in that language.
Okay, got it. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Courtney. So Jim grabbed a couple of mine, but I'm just trying to, so our dual language kids coming out of Conrad Fisher, when they go, if they opt to stay and go to Churchville, they will have 3 separate classes. One which must be an elective, which is the Heritage. One is their science, and then where does the literacy small group instruction play into their schedule?
So right now at the middle school, we have 30 minutes of a block of time where students are gaining access to enrichment or intervention. And during that 30 minutes of time, our dual language students would participate specifically in a Spanish literacy small group instruction. We call that FLL, if you're familiar with that. And so
Getting rid of FLL?
in our current model, there's 30 minutes, and we are exploring where that 30 minutes would fit. But it is really important that that is provided for Spanish literacy small group instruction for our dual language students. So we want to commit to thinking through where that would fit.
And so can I ask why that doesn't fit into the Bryan or Sandburg model? If it's during that FLL period, why students at Bryan or Sandburg wouldn't? Because we're taking these kids coming out of Conrad Fisher dual language for 5 years. 5-6 years potentially, and we're just giving them one access program of Heritage. And if we're talking about using this FLL period for Spanish literacy, why is that not offered there? And I'm guessing it's a staffing thing, but I just feel like there's just going to be such a drop off of their access to this program that we have invested in for these students for 6 years. I'm just wondering how we can have more enhancements for them at Bryan and Sandburg. And maybe nobody goes back to their home school, so we're not even talking
that's
about
our
it.
hope.
So I get that.
Yeah, that's our hope. That's our hope, Courtney. We want all 64 of our current dual language students to go to Churchville and for us to continue the pathway of the investment in the dual language program. As we've already said, that also leads to the syllabi literacy and also thinking, and we're already in that path where Ms. Leischel is not only thinking about that programming at the middle school, but how that program continues in the high school. So that is our hope. So really, there is no drop off, but we did want to also take into consideration, if a family does choose to go back to their homeschool, that there was an investment and a commitment by the district for there to continue to be support given.
Through an elective.
Through that elective, yes.
And how does that look once, so the Heritage is going to be a 3-year elective for kids going back, or either school, any of the middle schools. It's a 3-year elective if you're staying in this pathway then, right?
You would have to elect to that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so similarly to the comparison districts we looked at, that is a similar option where you see in 7th and 8th grade, it's either 2 or 3 courses offered in Spanish. So very similar to those comparisons.
Mm-hmm. And we currently do, right? Our current model, again, we're talking about the current schedule, but we currently offer 3 40-minute e-blocks in the middle school. So one of those is physical education, but then we do have students who self-select into 3 years of world language, or they also have the opportunity to self-select into 2 years. So this would be Spanish, right, is the class that they get to opt into if they're interested in taking a world language. And so this would just be an additional layer for those students who have previous Spanish experience or speak Spanish at home as well.
I guess what I would just like to see, and I think we can just keep this in the back of our minds, is if the numbers are there, that there's additional supports at the other middle schools. Like I can't remember the numbers. If the numbers at Bryan are 8 and 5, moving into the following year, 7 and 10 and 9, and then 9 and 8, if the numbers are there and we're pulling kids out of FLL to somehow provide them additional supports to maintain that learning that they've done through elementary, like I said, maybe it's not going to happen, but I would just hate to see that drop off happen for them just because they chose to go back to their home schools. And I just want to say, this was kind of thrown at you guys, and I appreciate so much the review and the reflection, because this is probably the most complicated thing, trying to, we're bringing all these kids up to church, to Conrad Fisher, and now how to continue this program. So I really do appreciate all the time, I'm sure, that went into trying to figure out the best solution for the students.
Kara, one more. Yeah, you kind of started to talk about it. Maybe you're not ready to talk about what does it look like at the high school, like when someone goes through the Heritage, if you've taken Heritage, do you know kind of what that looks like, kind of keeping in mind too, a lot of colleges now look at, do you have some credit for a foreign language, so just taking all that into account, do you know what high school looks like? And it's okay if no.
I will say not in full detail, but I will say that last year you approved a course, AP Spanish Literature, right? So we currently offer AP Spanish Language. AP Spanish Literature is in college level course kind of after that. And so we approved that for our students who took the 3 years in middle school and then stayed with it, right? So they have 7 years of world language. And so next year, I believe, will be our first class of students that has that AP Spanish Literature as their culminating course. So when we think about a Heritage Speakers class, right, those students might have access to those AP classes as soon as their freshman or sophomore year, right? And so then they're exploring other languages and becoming trilingual and, really thinking about, if that's your passion, how are we exposing you to that? And also thinking about the partnerships we have with the universities as well. Can we, again, continue to grow that as well? But we do currently have courses where I would imagine, that we could utilize those AP courses earlier in a student's journey through high school. And then thinking about, right, all the other components of the dual language program, but specifically to the language portion.
And we have been thinking about it and have drafts for multi-years out, and we're working with an external partner to continue to create those. But this in particular was just really focused in on the middle school pathways. So more to come as we continue to update you, but wanted to kind of talk through, since this is a huge transition for our fifth grade families.
Thank you. And just, Jim?
Carrie, I just want to urge you as you continue your work through high school. I won't bore you with my story again about my friend whose daughter, where, our state flagship university said, no, you didn't take all that Spanish in high school, so you got to take it here. So if you could, I'd urge you to contact them and find out what their graduation requirements are and see if we can retrofit that back at York for the kids that have gone through the bilingual program. Thank you.
Okay, in closing, I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on the cohort data that you're using. Nice to see these ways that we're now looking at the students and their performance and how individualized it is, and then providing supports and curriculum and opportunities to continue to support them in their growth and development. And as someone who speaks two languages, the value of being fluent in another language and what it brings to the people as learners, but also as citizens, is really important and hard to duplicate. So thank you for continuing to provide this experience and opportunity for our kids, and for the kids and families who continue to be invested in and enrolling in and interested in the program. It really is beneficial all around, so thanks. All right, 42, did you write that down? 8. We'll move on to the consent agenda. And is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? No. Can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, instrumental music stipend; D, first read policy, section 2, Board of Education 2.80, 2.170; E, first read policy, section 4, operational services 4.45, 4.100; F, first read policy, section 5, personnel 5.230; G, first read policy, section 6, instruction 6.10, 6.190, 6.240; H, first read policy, section 7, students 7.305, 7.330; and I, first read policy, section 8, community relations 8.25 and 8.95.
I'll second. Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Moving to item 10, agenda action items. A, first read policy, section 4, operational services 4.2. Just wanted to add a little context here. In an effort to provide transparency and understanding of a very important district and community topic, we chose to place policy 4.2 under action items to provide more context and information about district finance to the community. Mrs. Troutman, the policy chair, will provide a summary and background on the policy committee conversation that took place 2 weeks ago. Mrs. Troutman?
On September 6th, the Policy Committee met for its regularly scheduled quarterly meeting. 6 board members were able to be present during this meeting. Among the policies discussed was Policy 4.20, the Operational Services Fund Balance. The last time this policy was brought before the entire board members expressed concern over the policies as it was presented. Therefore, the board sent the policy back to committee, and adjustments to the proposed policy were made. The policy before us tonight represents the updated policy regarding our district's fund balance. The committee spent a significant amount of time hearing from Mr. Welton and discussing what the fund balance meant to our district and where we as a board may feel comfortable. I know fund balance discussions can be confusing, with different people interpreting the amount of the fund at different times of the year. As we have talked about previously, our fund balance target looks to guide the balance of from our low cash point of the year, which is May 31st. before we receive our property tax deposits in June. If our fund balance exceeds this target, we as a district and a board need to have a discussion about where those funds are allocated. And if the balance falls below this target, we as a district and a board need to have a discussion about how to facilitate its return to the range targeted by the policy. Some may question why we maintain a healthy reserve. Simply put, this decision is rooted in responsible financial management and our unwavering commitment to our students' education. A solid fund balance serves as a financial safety net. It safeguards us against unforeseen emergencies such as economic downturns or unexpected repairs to our facilities. Without sufficient reserves, we risk compromising the quality of education our students receive. Furthermore, maintaining an adequate fund balance can positively impact our credit rating. A fund balance is not a sign of extravagance, but rather a smart strategy to ensure the stability of our district. It enables us to continue investing in our students, teachers, and facilities without disruptions or budgetary crises. As the actual press policy footnote indicates, the intent of this policy is to help our board monitor the district's financial health and allow our board to clarify its expectations for our balances. And it should reflect realistic targets after considering important financial and operational issues such as current financial practices, long-term projects, standard of fiscal health, and the current budget.
Thank you, Ms. Troutman. Mr. Weldon, would you like to add anything?
I thought Board Member Troutman's comments were very complete, very thorough. No,
You just got an A+.
did not.
From Walton.
But the language is, we tried to stick to press with a few modifications. Were specific to our 5 operating funds that we always use. The policy states the district seeks to maintain. And so I think those are key words, as this is a target. And we focused on the May 31st cash basis, as that's our cash flow low point, and it provides a little runway for us when, with the 15 to 20%, provides a little runway or cushion for unforeseen issues.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the first read policy section 4, operational services policy 4.20.
I'll second. Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Gavorio. Are there any comments from the board? Jim?
I have a few concerns about this policy. First of all, I think the wording, with all due respect to the people at press, I think the wording could be a lot better. In my opinion, a good policy would instruct the administration to take action once the district is out of compliance with the policy, just like our old policy did. The old policy said, the board shall pursue financial management policies, practices, and plans that will result in fund balances of no less than 26% of the budgeted expenditures for the operating funds on July 1st at the beginning of the fiscal year. It is the intention of the board to avoid short-term borrowing. The board must unanimously agree to authorize fund balances of less than 10%. When fund balances are below 26%, the board shall adopt a multi-year financial plan that addresses liquidity risks and restores fund balances to desired levels over a reasonable time period. Our new policy is not nearly that specific of what happens if and I'll call it the savings account, because the state of Illinois has a very specific definition of fund balances, which is the definition in our old policy. But let's call it our savings account, our May 31st cash balance. Our new policy doesn't direct the administration to do anything if it falls to less than 15%. And it doesn't direct the administration to do anything if it goes above 20%. So, and it says the school district seeks to maintain, what if our attendance policy said students should seek to come to school every day? Our attendance policy, if a student has more than 10 absences, there's a lot of action that is required, but not for our financial health. So that seems inconsistent, and it seems like it could be written better, more specifically. So, I'd prefer that we specifically spell out what we do, if it's less than 15 or above 20. Secondly, our new policy says 15 to 20% as calculated under the Illinois State Board of Elections School District Financial Profile. All right. Mr. Welton, you're excluded from this question, but can anybody at this table tell me what that formula is? I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee. I can't tell you. I think anybody that reads this policy should be able to do that calculation. Let's spell it out.
It strikes that section, that wording.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So where does it say in our new policy how that calculation is done? What's 15? What's 15%? What's 20%? What divided by what?
It's the operating fund balances divided by the annual operating expenses.
So the budgeted operating expenses? Or the actual budget, the actual operating expenses from the previous year?
Budgeted.
Does it say budgeted?
No.
Should it? I think it should. So that leads me to my question about, so when it left the Finance Committee the first time, Mr. Welton suggested a range of 10 to 15%. I remember discussing with him that I felt on my back of the envelope calculation that 5 to 10% would be more appropriate, but we agreed on that middle 10% number. And when it left the policy committee, it was 15 to 20%. So I'm curious what analysis the policy committee used to determine 15 to 20% was appropriate. Did you look at the volatility of our revenue stream or the probability of the volatility of our expenses? Courtney, I know in your statement you said unexpected repair expenses. We had a pipe burst over Christmas last year in this building, and that was covered by insurance. So we have insurance policies for things like that. So I'm curious, how did the policy committee calculate that number?
Well, I can add a little bit, Courtney, if you don't mind. So, this is not about calculations. This is a conversation about the metric that we've been using over the course of the last couple of years to identify and help us make decisions on things that have been coming forward as expense requests to the board, and really defining whether or not we can afford them, right? So we've had a slew. One example is of referendum projects as we move through that 5-year plan, realizing that there were different needs 3 years later or 4 years later, and we were presented with options to increase the scope and sequence. And we used cash basis as the metric to define whether or not we could afford those scope changes as a district. And so when we talk about the information that was used to analyze and how the committee got to 15 to 20%, I think it's twofold. I remember last year at this board table, a very long discussion about this policy, and personally walking away feeling like there was some consensus of the board at that time to be at around that 15% range. But moving forward and more recently, at policy committee, when we were talking about the dollar amount that would be considered adequate to have in the savings account, as you mentioned, I think we looked at a number of different pieces of information. One was the district administration's recommendation for adequate cash on hand as of May 30th. The other was the feedback from our financial consultants and auditors who have commented over the last year or two on our fiscal health and what they would like to see our cash basis or cash flow low point look like. We looked at consideration, or we took into consideration the escalation of current expenditures for the district, including transportation, healthcare, finishing referendum projects, just to name a few. We also took into consideration the future district facilities and maintenance needs that will be needed to maintain all other facilities outside of the referendum projects. And then also took into consideration the ever-changing student needs, as we saw in a presentation earlier, how we are allocating our resources, identifying student needs, looking at growing trends, and then having the ability to allocate resources to support student growth and academic achievement, which in many cases has increased expenditures in curriculum instruction and staffing for the district. That's just another example that I'm using. So that was the information that we looked at when identifying what the policy is assigning really as a target range. So at policy committee, that was the discussion, what is the range that we're looking at to keep in the savings account that will be fiscally responsible. We saw other schools, there was some information presented around other schools who use a similar cash basis method, who are holding 20 to 30% in the savings account. We'll refer to that. Our recommendation, or I think the policy committee recommendation was lower than that. It was a little bit more conservative, which is in line with our conservative fiscal approach to budgeting and spending in our district. But I do want to go back and talk about one other piece that you brought up a little bit around, I think the old policy, this is just my perspective, did just that, what you outlined. It said, when this happens, this is what you have to do, and when that happens, this is what you have to do. That was also at a time when we, as a board, didn't look at 5-year projections in the way that we do now. And looking at those 5-year projections and historical data, using the metric of cash basis as the way we measure how healthy we are, the board now will have time to discuss options for the future when it comes to holding more or less than the targeted amount, because we have this annual report that now gives us a 5-year plan, or a 5-year window into the future. And so it'll just naturally spark conversation for the board to discuss things like, any board decision that comes up related to finances. More specifically, these discussions may impact board decisions like the tax levy and abatement opportunities. Once we identify the target, the board and future boards can choose to go below the target in the short term with a plan to increase back up to the target in the longer term as needed and depending on the district's needs. The reverse can also take place. The board may choose to hold a range of cash above the target for a specific purpose and in the short term with a plan to spend down to the target range in the longer term. So it provides the board this window of flexibility and really focuses on goals. And so that when we're talking about things like tax levy and abatement, we can truly see the 5-year impact of what that can do to our cash basis. And if we have this range of 15 to 20%, now we have a metric that we're agreeing to. And I think that was, help me out if that was, I think it was representative of the outcome of us grappling at policy committee with this topic.
One thing you referred to, Athena, about the language in there about if we're over or under the savings account or fund balance target numbers. That came up at policy committee, and we talked through what Mr. Walton presented to us tonight in the budget presentation is all of the different opportunities and the specific timeline of those opportunities for us to have discussions that the savings account will be a part of at this board table. So it helps the board to be a part of those conversations if we're under or over, including the tax levy conversation, our capital maintenance projects and things that may need to be done, the abatement discussion that we have every year in January, looking at our financial projections, and not to mention just our monthly financial reports. And so there are a lot of different opportunities for us to be talking about that. And if there are needs for those funds that we have, if we have the allowance in our savings account to be able to fund different projects or needs for our students, we can discuss that as a board with our administration. Or if we are have an opportunity for, if we don't have needs for funds over a certain amount, then we can talk about that in our abatement discussion in some other areas. So we felt like there was ample opportunity to discuss the budget and any concerns if we were under that number, or what we might choose to invest in if needed, if we were over that.
So what concerns me is the sheer magnitude of the amount of dollars 20% represents. According to our budget this year, 20% of our operating budget is $34 million. We just built Lincoln School for $31 million, a 600-student elementary school. So we're going to be lugging around enough money to build a 600-kid elementary school in our...
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm
We
sorry,
weren't
but-
using the 35 million. Chris, can you help us with the range? We were looking at the 15 to 20% translated to about a $22 million. What did you say?
22 million was 15%, 29, 30 million was 20.
I'm sorry, didn't you just say that that the percentage should be calculated off the budgeted operating budget?
I was looking at 2023's numbers.
Okay, but this year our operating budget is at $170 million, is that correct? Our budgeted operating budget?
That's with all the transfers.
Okay, so, but you just said it was off the operating budget, and that's our operating budget. So you're saying operating budget minus transfers?
Minus
I'm
transfers.
confused.
The transfers are non-operating. Those are for the scope additions.
But when I look at the budget, the operating budget says it totals $170 million. So already we're confusing how you calculate this number.
I think what I've seen is on the sheet that Chris shares with us, the operating fund balances with the trends over time that we see every year, that's been calculated. This is what we used, if you look at the bottom of that graph, yes, the cash basis on 5/31 of 2023 is 35 million. The board takes out already earmarked dollars for future transfers, which is 14 million, right, Chris?
Correct.
So it's 7 million. We committed 7 million for 2 more years to the referendum project. So if you take the 35 minus 14, we're at 21 million, which falls within the 10 to 15% target.
Okay, so first of all, you're proving my previous point that we need to spell out in the policy how you calculate the percentage.
I don't agree, Jim. I think that we
So
do
you
it
don't-
with
you don't
practice, and
think-
that's part of Chris's role
Yeah,
when he
you-
presents us with the same
so-
information year over year.
So we should then say whatever number Chris comes up with.
No.
All I'm trying to do
Operating.
is make this policy easy to understand, easy for any new board member to calculate that number and follow. So to my point, so let's see, the operating budget minus transfers minus what else? Gets us to 22 million as it's 20%?
Future transfers is what,
And any future transfers that we've identified.
future non-operating transfers, yes.
Okay, well, first of all, we should put that formula in the policy. So even if that's 22 million, you're lugging around 2/3 of a new elementary school as cash in the bank, out of taxpayers' pockets, cash in the bank, kind of looking for a place to go. Wouldn't our students and our residents be better off if we just built that school rather than just having that amount in cash? I don't understand why we need so much cash. This is a pay-as-you-go institution. Our revenue stream is extremely predictable. Minus transfers, our expenses are 80% negotiated labor contracts that are projectable 3 and 4 years out. So our revenues are steady. Our expenses are quite predictable. At 20%, so the 20% of our budget that is not negotiated labor contracts, you're saying that could double in a year and we could cover it, but the statistical probability of those expenses doubling in 1 year is, I have to think, minuscule. I just question why we policy that dictates so much cash in the bank. And that's my concern, is that what future boards are going to do is use it as an excuse to tax to the max and not abate. And the school district will be flush with cash, but will be pricing our residents out of their homes. That's my concern.
Anyone else? Kara?
I was just going to say, I think a key line in the policy is in the first paragraph where it says the superintendent or designee shall inform the board whenever it should discuss drawing upon its reserves or borrowing money. So to me, I read it as the administration has to come to us when they're going to be below that target that is in there. The board can authorize spending that money and going below, sitting at 15% or going below 15%. But to me, the key is that the administration has to come to the board and have that conversation. And that's how I interpret it. And, I would hope that all boards would use their projections and all pieces of data to make those decisions. But to me, the key is that the administration has to come to the board when it should discuss going below, in that runway. So to me, the 15 to 20% gives some runway, but the board can decide to sit on that low end of that or make a decision to go below. But this is where the policy hopefully keeps us in a healthy position moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks.
Just one last thing I wanted to note was the calculation for the fund balance. The last time this came to the board table was exactly the same as it is now. And that's how it was laid out, spelled out before, just for purposes, just informative. I was just looking back at it. That the operating fund balances and annual operating expenses shall include the amounts of the educational operations and maintenance, transportation, Illinois municipal retirement, and working cash funds. Right, Chris?
It's the same funds that we had in the previous policy.
Right, but Chris is saying less transfers, and you want to subtract what else from that? Transfers and what else?
We talked about the future transfers, the 7 million transfers for the additional scope the next couple years.
So that policy should read the balance of those funds minus transfers in that fiscal year and future transfers.
Transfers that have been voted on by the board are commitments. That's not really money that we have. It's already been committed. So that's how we've been discussing the fund balance at the table
Have we
Every
voted
time
on
we've
all of the
discussed it.
future? Have we voted on all the future transfers? I don't think we're legally allowed to do that.
Well, I'm just saying, the
Okay,
money that we've
so-
committed to is the money that we've always taken out of our fund balance conversation when we're talking about how much cash we have on hand. I just wanted to clarify that that part didn't change from before. I just,
My points are, one, I think the policy could be more clear. Two, I think 15 to 20% is excessive. It is beyond conservative. It's excessive. And we could give our taxpayers a better deal than having a policy that says 15 to 20%.
Okay, with that, we will call the vote, please.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 1 nay, motion passes. We'll move on to action item B, approve the resolution to adopt the budget for fiscal year 2023-24. Can I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 as recommended, and that the President and Secretary be authorized to enact the resolution and certificate of authorization.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Caforio, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board? Jim?
Chris, could you put up, you just had one of the charts you used for the fund balance policy. Could you put up the other one, please? That one. Thank you. Okay. I know we just touted how strong our finances were, but those are two, and I'm assuming all the assumptions used to create this are correct. This is a chart that shows we have a spending problem. And our fund balances in future years are going down, and we just said that as a board, we're going to look at these charts, and we're going to look at these future expenses and fund balances, and it's downward sloping. So I find it hard to approve a budget that adds more and more people, 17 more people, to the 100 more people that we've added, 50 just since 2020. That is going to cause our future finances to look like this. So I have difficulty with that. So I, in good conscience, can't vote for this budget with all these people added.
Any other comments? Kara?
I appreciate that, our staffing is our largest expenditure, over 80%. And I also know that we watch that very carefully, and we have added staff over the years. And I think if you turn to slide, I don't know what slide it was, that showed 2013 versus 2023, the needs of our students have risen incredibly. And I don't think we would be serving our students well if we didn't add staff to help them be successful. So while I understand that staff is costly, and I think that we scrutinize our staff pretty well, and I hope that in the coming year you'll continue to scrutinize, but I do think that we have a responsibility to address the needs of our students. And when you have a 96+% increase in English learners and 10% of IEP students and 220% of homeless students, and there's a lot of other needs that we address, I think that we have a responsibility to meet our students' needs. So while I do understand it is more staff, I think that our job is to help each student be as successful as they can be. Thank you.
Beth?
I also appreciate the process that was put in place through our strategic plan where, aside from staffing, which is always looked at closely, as Kara mentioned, but that all of our resources, as we are kind of delving into the different areas in our across our district, all of our resources are being looked at very closely, and the effectiveness of those resources and the impact they have on student success. And we have discontinued some of the things that we used to use because of that, and we have switched over to other things that sometimes are less costly. So I just want to say that I appreciate that not only are we scrutinizing our staffing as we put those things in place, but we are also looking at all of our resources across the district through this process.
And I just want to say that my no vote is meant in the friendliest way that I can, but it's just to emphasize that we can't keep adding people when the future financial projections show that eventually we're going to run out of money.
Chris, can we go back to that slide with the the lines going downwards? I think it's important to note that when we're looking at 5-year projections, there are assumptions made about the future. And most graphs like this one will see that dip. And the key here is identifying when that drop is going to happen. And I want this one, Chris, the one that Dr. Campbell is holding up. Sorry. Thank you. So this one. So every model is going to work with these assumptions and show that drop off towards the right there, right? When we're analyzing projections, we want to see where that drop off happens with enough advance notice. Now, if that drop off were happening next year, I'd say, yeah, there's a moment of concern there that we're running out of money tomorrow, quite literally. But that's not the intended purpose of this. The intended purpose of this is to look at what's been going on in the past, see that stability up on the top that's really high because we had high cash basis and fund balances back in 18, 19, 20, 21, right? The district made decisions through the referendum to start spending down, and so that's why we're seeing those declines. And then moving forward, those assumptions are put in about CPI and allocated funds, right? But those are estimates. We look at this every year so that we can see the balancing out and the shifting out of the actual numbers once the budget year ends. So when we look at like the policy we just talked about, a 15 to 20% range, you can easily put that on here and say this is where we'd like to, that's the target, right? And if we see something going well below that, we need to be aware of it, that it looks like it might happen. But we can also explain why it's happening. If it's 5 to 10 years out on the projection, it's just the model. It's just the model. But if it's happening next year, then it's a different projection. Then it's closer to us. So what I'm trying to say here is that this is all data that we use. It's not all set in stone. This is all going to move and change as we go through these fiscal years based on a lot of different variables. But as of right now, the district's in a healthy standing according to our consultants and our auditors, and they have made recommendations in the past where they would like to see more fund balance, and we took a conservative approach. This budget for next year meets the needs of our kids. And for me, it's about what do our kids need, and do we have the ability to provide them with that high quality education? And I think this administration has done a good job in the last recent past of making sure we are meeting student needs. Now, student needs are becoming much more specialized than we've ever seen before. And yes, that costs money. And I think our community has an expectation that we're going to provide the best educational experience that we can.
So you're saying we should pay attention to this graph to establish our savings account, because we see fund balances going down, so we need to shore them up, but we shouldn't use it to determine our next year's budget because we can just ignore that because it's too far out in the future. And we shouldn't take it as a warning that we're spending too much and future revenues can't sustain the spending.
That's not what I said. But what I'm saying is that there's a short-term and a long-term perspective
The policy
here.
committee did use this graph to determine that 15 to 20% was appropriate.
It was one piece of a lot of things that we looked at and talked about.
Okay, so the graph was used, but we shouldn't use it when we're talking about
That's
next
what
year's
you're
budget.
saying. That's not what I'm saying, Jim, so.
But that seems to be what we've done.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, let's call the vote.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes. 6 ayes, 1 nay, motion passes. Item C, approve the resolution of the Board of Education transferring money from the Educational Fund to the Debt Service Fund. Is that Mr. Welton?
This is a transfer we do every year. We are guided by the Illinois Program Accounting Manual. This is a transfer from the education to the debt service fund for the payment of technology leases.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the Education Fund to the Debt Service Fund for the purpose of paying on technology leases.
Second. That was a motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Ms. Caforio. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. D is the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU regarding PSRP technology positions. Is that you? Mr. Schumacher.
We are asking for the board to take action on a memo of understanding with PSRP to eliminate the position of high school computer lab assistant from our staff listing, which is remain unfilled, and reposition this FTE as an additional elementary school technology assistant.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the memo of understanding as presented to eliminate the computer lab assistant position from our staff listing in the PSRP group. The 1.0 FTE from the computer lab assistant position is being reallocated to an elementary technology assistant position.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Caforio, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any comments from the board? Kara?
Just once again, I appreciate that, the collaborative nature that goes into this memo of understanding with the PSRP. And I just am very appreciative as a board. I think it's always about serving students in the best way possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I do want to mention, Jim and I did a tour of field and saw this position in play. And it was very helpful for the teacher and the kids in the classroom in that moment when they needed it. So thank you. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. E, approve prep courses. Ms. Leischel.
So this is, we reviewed this last month, but this is for the Kaplan SAT prep courses for our current juniors, select seniors who might need them for scholarships or selective or highly selective university admissions, and then also expanding it with our additional seats that we have allotted for this year to after the PSAT 10 to offer it to our current sophomores that they could potentially take this course at the end of their sophomore year or entering into summer as well.
Great, can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve spending not to exceed $35,000 for Kaplan SAT preparation courses for the York Community High School students.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Assaf. Are there any comments from the board? Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item F is approve the Power School Behavior Management Tool. It's going Dr. Rubenstein.
I'm focused on a lot of things this evening. So as new leaders have begun at York High School, each of them have identified a need for enhanced behavioral reporting data as a top need. It was something that we actually talked about on day 3 for some of our new leaders. And so while our current Power School system allows teams to really log behavioral data, the team is really seeking to proactively target behavioral hotspots within the building and really work with all teachers throughout the building on all of that. So what we're seeking here this evening is your approval to add the Power School behavior module with appropriate professional learning for our teams at the cost of $22,538. The recurring cost is going to be around $11,000. Those costs are budgeted in fiscal year 2024. The $22,538 is, we knew that this was a need that York High School was going to experience. Mrs. Lachel and I had been talking about that for some time. And so during the course of the year, we're going to be collaborating with our middle school and elementary school teams to determine whether the Power School behavior module should be expanded to other schools. Right now, they're using Swiss and Power School, the basic pieces of that, but really using the enhanced capabilities of Swiss and enjoying that very well. But the Power School behavior module is much more aligned with the needs of the high school.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the contracts with Power School at a cost not to exceed $22,538 as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Assaf and second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board?
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, you said there's professional development included, that's why.
There is,
Okay.
yes,
So,
exactly.
so we're not putting in something that doesn't have professional development piece with it to support our teachers.
Correct. So there, initially, the leaders at York and the deans at York will be trained on this, and then they will roll out some professional learning, and we're hoping to do that at semester. So during January 2024, we'll see the improvement of this.
Okay, and this is in response to a need identified at the school.
At the very, like, literally on their 3rd day of work.
Okay, thank you.
So do we pay for Swiss at the high school?
We do not pay for Swiss at the high school. We pay for it only at our middle schools and our elementaries.
And what capabilities does the Power School behavioral tool give us that Swiss doesn't?
So similar to Swiss, and I'm assuming that you are familiar with Swiss. So similar to Swiss, it is going to do all of those things. However, it adds to it the power to submit a referral. So right now that's being done through Google Form. It adds to it there are some state reporting features which go right into Power School. So Swiss right now doesn't sync with Power School. So it's different. So it's a different system. So it will be nice to have everything in one system.
And is this something that parents will be able to access behavior incidents involving their own child?
After some different pieces are made public and after the different parts of the training, then yes.
Yeah, because I think it's important that our families at home are working together with our school leadership to, address challenges that they're having in the buildings. And I'm hoping that the additional FTE that we approved, campus supervisors tonight, this will help target where they can be to best address student behavior that we're struggling with.
Absolutely. So there are a number of things that we're looking at. This is one of them, to make sure that we're appropriately utilizing our campus supervisors, that everybody has the tools that they need in order to do their jobs in an appropriate manner.
And I'm really glad, last comment, sorry, to hear about your thinking about expanding it to the middle school, because I do think that the middle school, if you're setting the standards there for what is expected at high school, I think there'll be a decline in the incidences that you'll have to deal with. So I'm eager to hear about the expansion into the middle schools to help those campuses address those issues as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other comments? Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes. 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. G, last one. The approval of intergovernmental agreement with the City of Elmhurst to provide relocation of the city's emergency siren at York High School. Is that Mr. Wilton?
So this intergovernmental agreement with the city is to move the siren from the ground level to the roof of York, so it won't be too intrusive for the York neighbors. And the cost of this relocation is going to be provided by the city. And it's just a good cooperation with the city and the neighborhood to relocate this siren.
Great. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the intergovernmental agreement between the board and the City of Elmhurst providing for the relocation of city's emergency warning siren to the roof of York High School, substantially in the form recommended by the superintendent and already approved by the Elmhurst City Council, and to authorize the president and secretary to sign the agreement.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Caforio, second by Mrs. Troutman. Are there any comments from the board?
Just always great to hear we're collaborating.
Yes. Very good.
It is the word of the night. Thank you.
Okay, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Finally, 11, Superintendent's Communication. Dr. Campbell, letter A is Freedom of Information Act requests.
1 FOIA request for specific name search requested by other FOIA request, granted. 3 FOIA requests for grievances, denied. 1 FOIA request for notice of retirement, granted. 1 FOIA request for Elmhurst patch FOIA request and responses, granted. 1 FOIA request for curriculum objection forms, granted. And 1 FOIA request for additional class section not in possession. As stated earlier, our closing social media highlights, we were able to see them on the top of our agenda right before our spotlights and highlights. So at this time, I turn it back over to Board President Arvanitis.
Great, thank you. Item 12 is Board Communications. Any reports or sharing of information from board members? Seeing none, we will get into upcoming meetings. We have a regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting taking place on October 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. and a Committee of the Whole Board of Education meeting at 5:30 p.m. on October 25th. Both meetings will be held here at District 205 Center in room 215 and 216. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 9:35.